of silence in here as well. It was very, very touching. And we also have those double-sided patches, and we got to show those yesterday on the broadcast, and we had our own moment of getting to turn those around. So it was a very fun day here as well, and I'm glad to hear that you had that in the MER too. So now that we're through Lunar Flyby, we're officially on the journey home. How do you feel about the rest of this mission and coming down and coming to splashdown?
Yeah, this mission is not over until we get the crew back. So the MER team has extreme focus right now. There are a lot of things that the crew members are doing themselves in the cabin to prepare for this journey home, and we are also watching the spacecraft, and it's really mindful that we are.
Houston for smoke detector.
I'm looking at it right now, and it looks good. Stan, what's up?
It is showing us a bunch of noise and spikes. We're wondering if something is bumping against it.
We were just setting up for a photo in the cabin, but I do not think we have hit it, so that would be abnormal. Christina's checking it. There is one charging cable near it that she's re-anchoring now, but nothing is really in the way of that thing.
All right, copy, Reed. Actually, that's a helpful report. We might have been getting some interference with that cable. We'll keep an eye on it.
We just heard a call from the crew aboard Orion, from the Capcom Stan Love here to the crew aboard Orion about potential signal from the smoke detector, and it may have been interference due to a nearby cable, and the team's going to keep their eye on it, but no alarms here. Trey, we were talking about the journey home now that...
And integrity, we are no longer seeing that noise on the smoke detector, so we're suspecting interference from that cable.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Just what we were hoping to hear. We were talking about the MER, and now we're on our way home, and the mission is really not over. It's definitely not over until we have the crew back safely. So what's the focus like right there now?
Right. We have a couple of trajectory correction burns coming home, and so the MER team is looking at systems that would be involved in that and the performance of those burns to really make sure we're hitting the right entry interface conditions. I mean, that's really where, for this spacecraft, the rubber meets the road in terms of recovery and returning home. We need to hit that target so that the rest of the spacecraft can go through the Earth's atmosphere, open parachutes, and finally successfully splash down. So the MER team is looking at that. We're worked through a handful of different different anomalous conditions on the spacecraft. I think the crew is doing very hard in the space, working through different things in the spacecraft and their own day, their own schedule. And so we're watching that, but really all eyes towards entry interface.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing them under good main parachutes and splashing down.
Absolutely.
And one last thing, I'm very honored to get to tell this story, but I want to make sure people know that this story goes so far beyond just this room and the crew and do you have anybody that you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, so the MER team upstairs in this building, it has we have dozens of people every shift, round the clock. But we have other locations. So we have people, I'd like to say hello to the people outside of this building that support the team that I'm responsible for. So we have dozens of people in Denver at a facility Lockheed Martin has. We have dozens of people outside of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, where the European Space Agency has a similar remote site. So for the people who are there, I'd like to say thank you, because we're drawing upon all of the expertise, and that Artemis expertise is really all over. And I have a lot of different individuals that come to my mind, too many to mention here right now for a specific shout outs. But to be honest, there are moments in this mission that I will look back and realize the successes we had were really because of the many people and the necessity for us to work together and solve those problems together, which is, I think, largely what Artemis is about. It's really about going to the moon, but it's also about doing so together.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. So the work of thousands of people, and now Artemis II going for all humanity.
That's right.
Thank you so much for joining us, Trey, telling us a little bit more about the MER. And I know you have to get back there, so I appreciate your time here today.
Well, thanks, Leah.
Integrity Houston, 2 items. Number 1 for 12.2.2509, orbit burn execution plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Okay, we copy, Stan.
And unfortunately, we have seen the spikes return in the signal from the smoke detector. Can you check that the cable is still not near it, and also tell us what cable it was? If that was EMI off of that cable, we definitely need to document this.
Stan, thanks for keeping an eye on that. Nothing is near the smoke detector right now. The only cable that was an unconnected HDMI cable that goes from cameras, to the encoder. We are near it right now, like a couple heads are near it, but other than that, we are not seeing anything that would cause spikes of any kind.
All right, Copy. Thanks for that information. We're still scratching our heads down here.
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and you are looking at a live view of Earth. That's coming from a camera on one of Orion's solar array wings, pointed toward its destination. After Lunar flyby yesterday, we have officially begun our journey home, splashdown targeted in 3 days, 1 hour, and 8 minutes. We are now 6 days and 9 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. We heard some calls earlier about potential noise or pings on the smoke detector. There are no alarms going off, obviously, on the smoke detector, and the crew sees nothing out of the norm aboard the spacecraft, so teams on the ground are trying to figure out where that interference might be coming from. It's a little more of a quiet day for the crew after their extremely busy day yesterday during Lunar flyby. They had the opportunity to speak live with the crew living and working on the International Space Station right now, and shortly thereafter conducted the Post-Lunar flyby conference with our science officer here on console, Kelsey Young. The crew called down some of their observations yesterday and answered the science team's questions while that was still fresh on their minds. The crew members have also gotten a chance to talk with their families today and have been slated to do some exercise. And they're targeted to execute the RTC-1 burn, that's Return Trajectory Correction 1, at about 7:03 p.m. Central Time. That's a small burn that will help fine-tune Orion's path on its way back home to Earth. Currently, the crew are enjoying their midday meals. On the menu today are some soups. We've got split pea soup, potato soup, turkey tetrazzini, beef patty, tortillas, spicy green beans, vegetarian chili, grilled chicken, tomatoes and eggplant, apples and spice, macaroni and cheese, and some mango salad, as was mentioned in that ISS ship-to-ship call earlier, and some more coffee. Speaking of coffee, there are 43 cups of coffee on the spacecraft to help power the Artemis II crew. I mentioned tortillas as well. There are 58 tortillas on the spacecraft. Tortillas are often used in place of bread when we're talking about Orion or the International Space Station.
Ready for photo TV.
Go ahead for photo TV.
Hey Stan, on PCD2, we threw about 10 images in there in imagery for downlink for Photo TV subfolder. If Photo TV could take a look and hopefully give us a thumbs up, and if not, give us feedback, that would be appreciated.
We will get those down and take a look and get back to you.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman down to Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston about some photos that they are sending down. We continue to get photos from the crew aboard Orion, and you can see all the latest ones on NASA social media. That is at NASA or at NASA Artemis, and you can also find those at images.nasa.gov. talking a little bit more about the food on the spacecraft, and tortillas typically being preferred as the essentially bread of choice. Bread has a lot of crumbs, and when in space, those can float pretty much anywhere and get into the ECLIS, the Environmental Control and Life Support Systems. And you do not want anything clogging up your fans for those life support systems, so tortillas are often the preferred, essentially, bread of choice. Again, this is a live view from the Orion spacecraft, and you can track Orion at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. That's our ARROW website, which stands for Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. It's a very useful tool telling you exactly how far Orion is away from Earth and the Moon. Currently, the spacecraft is 226,586 miles away from our blue planet, there on your screen. Again, this is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are monitoring the flight of Orion, the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. You will see the Earth on your screen, and it will continue to grow bigger and bigger as we get closer to our return, now 3 days and 58 minutes away. Our splashdown was determined by the translunar injection burn that happened all the way back on flight day 2. We don't have a separate deorbit burn. That translunar injection burn set us up for a free return trajectory, harnessing the moon's gravity and Earth's gravitational pull to bring us back for that splashdown. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Next major milestone on the crew's timeline will be the RTC-3 burn. We are now just 1 hour away from ignition of that burn. This is a 1.4 foot per second burn. Again, that's relatively small, and so this is a trajectory correction burn, as is in the name. These are just small refinements for our trajectory that was set during the translunar injection burn back on flight day 2. Checking in from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We are now a mission elapsed time of 6 days and 36 minutes since the launch of Artemis II. Our crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are living and working aboard the spacecraft as the first crew to fly aboard Orion. They're testing all spacecraft systems and conducting other demos to help prepare for future missions to the moon.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to starfield maneuvers, and we have a couple of other words for you.
Copy, starfield, Stan. Go ahead, your words.
All right, late call SM prop helium ISO valves are configured. The aux branch 1 will remain closed. There is no change to the burn plan or to the pad. However, right after the burn, we're going to change the active burn plan to the plan in slot 4, which is nominal PLS RTC last.
Okay, that makes sense. We're expecting that, Stan. Sounds great.
Welcome back. We are still here. They are in space.
And Stan, while we have you, there's a new photo in PAO for downlink on PCD2.
Copy. We'll go look for the photo on PCD2.
Those communications coming from Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft about some photos that we hope to be able to show you soon. The crew has been great about providing us with beautiful imagery. You can find those images at images.nasa.gov. And we are standing by for the return trajectory correction 1 burn, now just 43 minutes away. Again, this is a small maneuver for the spacecraft, firing of those reaction control system thrusters.
Houston Integrity, are we okay for secondary purge line?
Checking. And Integrity, we are go for secondary line.
Great, thank you.
You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings. As you can see, some of the light changing outside of the spacecraft. These cameras are exactly what we used to observe Lunar flyby yesterday, and of course we got some beautiful images down from the crew inside the Orion spacecraft.
integrity starfield maneuvers complete.
We copy, Stan. Thank you.
Live here in Mission Control Houston, where teams are continuing to monitor the flight of Orion, coming up on the return trajectory correction burn 1. This is, again, a very short burn. It'll be 1.4 feet per second. And that's coming up in about 31 minutes. Before then, the team here on the ground will have a final burn conference with the crew. If you've been watching throughout the day, you can tell this is a little more of a quiet day for the crew. We are preparing for this burn now coming up in 30 minutes, but the crew had an extremely busy day yesterday and therefore got some time off, especially scheduled for after this burn. The crew woke up at about 10:35 a.m. Central Time, got into their post-sleep period before moving into their daily planning conference, talking with teams on the ground.
Integrity, we see good targeting. Go to burn the onboard. Also, MCC has pulled go for RTC-1. And a reminder, there's a 1-hour forward link LOS right about the time of the burn, so we can watch but not call or command during that period. And correction, we're still assess and go for the burn.
Okay, that sounds good, Stan. Then we'll plan on just closing out 12.2.2509 as per the burn plaid, and we'll talk to you on the other side of that burn then, or after that loss of return, or loss of forward.
Roger. Stand by for final go. And integrity, MCC is go for the burn.
Okay, we copy your still go, and we're go up here.
Recapping a little bit of those communications between Capcom's Stan Love and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, specifically Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Ground team confirmed that we are go for the RTC-1 burn, return trajectory correction 1, coming up in 27 minutes. That will be at 7:03 p.m. Central Time. Again, a very small fine-tuning of the spacecraft's trajectory ahead of splashdown, now 3 days and 17 minutes from now. You also heard Stan Love call about a forward link LOS. That's a loss of signal, and that means that the teams here on the ground won't be able to send signals or communications to Orion or the crew. However, we will still be getting communications and data from the spacecraft. We occasionally have these loss of signal periods. Yesterday we had our biggest milestone, loss of signal, which was to fly the Orion spacecraft behind the moon when they were unreachable from Earth for 40 minutes. But again, recapping the crew's day, they had their daily planning conference with the team, getting a read on any of the spacecraft systems and asking any questions before they started their workday. First thing on their schedule today was the ship-to-ship call with the International Space Station. It was wonderful to hear both voices of the space station crew and the crew aboard Orion talking to each other. We look forward to being able to share that audio paired with video from both crew members at a later date. After that ship-to-ship call, the crew got to talk with the science team here on the ground during the Post-Lunar Flyby conference. This was scheduled specifically for this morning while the flyby was fresh in their memories to get to talk with the science team and answer any outstanding questions that team had following yesterday's flyby. We've continued to release imagery from that flyby period, and they are absolutely remarkable. You can find those on NASA social media or at images.nasa.gov. Since that post-lunar flyby, it's been a little bit more relaxed for the crew. Christina had some opportunistic science imaging when she was able to take pictures of the Earth and the Moon from the spacecraft's current point. All of the astronauts have also had scheduled time for a private family conference today. That's a PFC. The crew has also, some of the crew members have also completed their exercise for the day and their midday meal. After this RTC-1 burn, again, 7:03 p.m. Central Time, we will have
And Integrity looking ahead to the forward link LOS. The ARS is configured for exercise, so Christina can begin during the LOS.
Okay, we understand that, and she will follow the procedure and say facades before she starts.
Thank you. Great words.
before that crew call, just remarking that the astronauts that have not exercised yet today will do that later this afternoon. And not much else on the timeline for the crew today. Again, getting some well-deserved rest following their very busy lunar flyby day. Looking ahead to the crew's timeline tomorrow, flight day 8, some of the timeline does shift around as this is the first flight of humans on this spacecraft, and we are learning exactly what we need to test while on board. We have another opportunity to work with the OX suits, the Orion Crew Survival System suits. We had the crew suit up in those just a couple of days ago, and obviously this is a major part of the mission because the crew launches in these suits as well as splashes down in them. So figuring out how to put them on and take them off in space, especially in the event of any sort of a cabin depressurization in which these suits would become essentially a private spacecraft, allowing the crew to have a breathing environment for 6 days. It's very important to us to best understand how these suits work in that environment. The crew will also have their scheduled exercise tomorrow, and we are tracking a potential manual piloting demonstration. We saw this just a couple of days ago when a couple of the crew members were able to manually control the spacecraft, continuing to teach us about how Orion flies in space.
Integrity tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Recent calls from the ground to the crew letting them know that we've had good systems checks aboard the spacecraft. Of course, we remain go for that upcoming RTC-1 burn, return trajectory correction 1. These are such small burns that sometimes they are canceled. We did see that on the way out. These were called outbound trajectory correction burns before we got to the moon, and we canceled the first 2 of those. They were just deemed unnecessary due to the current trajectory aboard Orion. We also see that sometimes when our crew members are flying to the International Space Station, the trajectory will be precise enough that they can forego some of those burns. However, we did opt into the last outbound trajectory correction burn, and we're opting into this return burn as well.
The integrity saws in position for the burn, all brakes set.
Okay, we show the same Stan.
Capcom Stan Love calling to the crew that all of the solar array wings, or saws, are in the proper configuration for this return trajectory correction burn. Before we conduct a burn, or even when we conduct exercise, we place these saws, or solar array wings, in a locked position so that no loads imparted on them by the thrusters can damage them. So we are targeting that burn in 16 minutes, but ahead of that, this Artemis II mission is a new opportunity to study the moon, but teams are also conducting other scientific experiments, including on the crew themselves. Here's a little more about the science of the mission.
Artemis II is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board, science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis I, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth.
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis II will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
Understood, Stan.
Live here in the Artemis Mission Control Room, we are 11 minutes away from the RTC-1, Return Trajectory Correction 1 burn. We did hear some cautions from the cruise systems about a propulsion system issue. The team is discussing whether or not this is an optocoupler issue or something in the prop system.
30 seconds to maneuver.
Okay, integrity copies.
Currently, the Orion spacecraft is maneuvering to its burn attitude. This view on your screen is a visualization of the Orion spacecraft and its current position. You can see those attitude maneuvers. Team here reporting that we are in attitude for the burn, now 8 minutes away.
Integrity in attitude for the burn. We may be about 7 degrees different from what was calculated ahead of time, but that's within our tolerance.
Okay. Copy. And Houston Integrity, we just want to report what we're seeing here to make sure you're seeing the same thing. So ox-helium isolation valve 1 was closed and inhibited prior to the caution and warning. And then it seemed that when ox-helium isolation 2 closed and fuel helium isolation valve 1 closed and were inhibited, that is when the caution and warning started.
All correct. Thank you. And Integrity, we had a branch swap. We thought we had inhibited the fitter. Evidently not. We're still evaluating.
Integrity copies.
We are now 5 minutes, 28 seconds from the return trajectory correction 1 burn.
Integrity Houston for prop. After the burn, we'd like the valve reconfig per the procedure, and recall that's been edited so that you won't touch the branch 1 aux. We will have 2 PRUs to recover later. We'll do that after the forward link LOS.
Okay, understood. So we will execute the procedure as written with the delta about the aux helium isolation valve 1.
Good words, and the procedure guides you that way.
Thank you, Stan.
Now less than 4 minutes until the return trajectory correction 1 burn. The crew did receive some warnings, or cautions I should say, about something in the prop system, specifically the PRUs. These are the pressure regulator units, and those will need to be reset later today. We are going to go into a forward link LOS. That's a loss of signal where we can't send communications or commands to the crew. However, we will still get data and communications from the spacecraft. That forward link LOS will start shortly after the burn, now about 3 minutes away. And the team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for that burn. Now 2 minutes away from the return trajectory correction burn. Again, this is a small burn using the reaction control system thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. One minute away from the return trajectory correction burn. Standing by for the RTC-1 burn. We have ignition and 4 good engines and good control.
Integrity preliminary look is a good burn. Still assessing. 40 seconds to LOS.
Okay, Stan, we saw a good burn on board as well.
Roger.
Confirmation from the crew that they also saw a good return trajectory correction 1 burn coming at 7:03 p.m. Central Time. This view coming from the spacecraft, looking down at the European service module and the solar arrays. Again, we just conducted the RTC-1 burn. That's return trajectory correction 1. That came right on time at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, and then we entered a forward link LOS, or loss of signal. That means that we cannot send communications to the spacecraft right now, but we can still get data from them. Again, a very quiet day for the rest of the day for this crew. They will have some opportunity to exercise. There will be another private family conference. And that's about it before the crew steps into their private medical conference, or PMC, before they get to sleep tonight. We schedule these private medical conferences occasionally throughout a flight so we can have them check in with the teams here on the ground and report how they are feeling while in space.
Use and integrity RHC stow is complete, and we're proceeding through the prop valve reconfiguration with your comments in mind.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we are in a temporary loss of signal forward link with the spacecraft, meaning we can't send communications or commands to them, but we still get their data. As you can see, we are now over 53,680 miles away from the moon. We're here as part of the Orbit 1 shift, and that's about 10,000 miles farther than we were upon arrival earlier today. This is Artemis Mission Control. We did get final confirmation of that return trajectory correction 1 burn being a successful burn, and it ended up being 1.6 feet per second delta V. We are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is, Christina Cook specifically, is going to get into some exercise. Again, this is a quiet day for the crew as they had a very busy day yesterday and have some busy days coming up as well. We are live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are in a forward link LOS, loss of signal, with the Orion spacecraft. Forward link meaning that we are not able to send commands here from the ground, but we can still receive data from the crew. We are using the Deep Space Network for this mission, being that we are so far from the Earth, and these LOSs, or loss of signal periods, are tracked. We're currently 54,082 miles away from the moon. That's almost 50,000 more miles than our closest approach yesterday during the lunar flyby. That was about 4,067 miles above the lunar surface. We've even heard some calls today of the crew that they have new imagery that they'd like to send down, so we are trying to get that out to you as quickly as possible. You can find it on images.nasa.gov or on NASA and NASA Artemis on social media. If you are loving this mission and you want to know more about the work that happens here at Johnson Space Center or across the agency, NASA has a suite of podcasts for you to enjoy. Houston, We Have a Podcast is recorded here at Johnson and has over 400 episodes with scientists, engineers, astronauts, and more, all about various parts of human spaceflight. We even have recent episodes with this Artemis II crew. You can visit nasa.gov/podcasts to check that out. This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, led by NASA Flight Director Jeff Radigan. The Orbit 2 team is starting to filter into the room. This will be the team that...
Integrity, we're just calling in the blind to keep you synced up with us. We have 2 points we'd like to make. We'll give you a second. All right, the first point in 12.2.2509, when we got to the prop reconfiguration, as you are seeing, our aux helium isolation valve 2 and our fuel helium isolation valve 1 are inhibited, and so we left those closed, and of course aux helium isolation valve 1 is also closed. And we're going to leave them in that config until we get two-way comm back with you. And I've got one more item with you. All right, and the second item is we've talked it over as a crew, and based on the recommendations and the daily summary, if we did end up in an off-nominal situation where we absolutely needed prop, we would go ahead and open aux helium isolation valve 1. That's all we got for you. We'll talk to you when you have both forward and return.
Those calls from the crew, specifically Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, calling down about the prop cautions that they saw just before going into the RTC burn, that return trajectory correction burn. They did call down when we are in an AOS, or an LOS, I should say, a loss of signal with the Orion spacecraft from the ground side. So we can't send communications and commands to them right now, but we can get their communications. Those prop cautions popped up just before the RTC-1 burn, about 15 minutes prior to that burn, and the team considered us still go at that time. The spacecraft is in a good configuration, and teams here on the ground are working through procedures for how to clean up those cautions. This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. Now a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 2 hours, and 13 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. We are in a forward link LOS, meaning we cannot contact the crew right now or send commands, but we have good data from them. We expect to regain communications from this side in about 13 minutes. We were monitoring some prop cautions for the spacecraft that the crew received just before the RTC-1 burn. The spacecraft is in a good configuration. We continue to get good data, and teams on the ground will help the astronauts work through any necessary procedures. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You're looking at a visualization of Orion's current state. We are now 55,000 miles away from the moon, a number that will continue to grow as that number, 223,617 miles from Earth, continues to shrink. You can track Orion at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. Here in the Flight Control Room, the Orbit 1 team is starting handover with the Orbit 2 team. This room is monitored 24/7 throughout the mission, all the way through the time the astronauts splash down in the Pacific Ocean, now 2 days, 22 hours, and 55 minutes away. And we are also live on NASA's YouTube throughout the mission.
Integrity Houston, voice check on Madrid after the LOS.
We're with you, Stan.
We got you loud and clear. During the forward LOS, we copied your call for the RHC stow. Jeremy, we copied your call about the prop valves in 12.2.2509 and your plan that if you needed prop, you would open NOx helium mass valve 1, and we were good with both of those conclusions. And we have more software words when you're ready.
Okay, Stan, we're ready for those words. Go ahead.
All right, for the prop cautions, it's still an evolving story. We had a fitter function that should have been inhibited. Even left enabled, we did not see its trigger conditions being met, yet it executed. So we are running tests starting now to understand this better. That fitter swapped branches and turned off 2 PRUs, and we're putting the recovery steps for that system in work, again, starting now. Current thinking is that we'll disable that fitter for future burns.
Okay, that is understood, Stan.
Also, we saw unexpected software commanding to the OHMS engine after the burn. Flight software checks which burn type you are doing before the burn and not after, and when the software does its engine check, if the OME actuators are on, it assumes you're doing an OHMS burn and will command a post-burn gimbal check. So today the actuators were on for the TVC motion checks we were doing earlier in the day. So despite doing an RCS burn, we got a post-burn gimbal check.
Okay, Stan, understood. No impact on that, but an interesting item to know about. Thanks for that.
Well, we take it seriously when the software doesn't do what we expect. That's all we got for you. It's good to have you back.
Okay, and then what configuration do you plan to put the valves in at this point?
Jeremy, we're going to run procedure 30.52.2200, 30.52.2200 from the ground. That will put us into the valve config that we're seeking, and you can follow along in that procedure if you like.
Okay, and I thought I heard 2 different procedure numbers, so can you just read that back again?
30.52.2200.
Okay, we got it. And then, sorry, just we're not going to get into that procedure. We're going to get into some other stuff. But what will be the end configuration for those helium valves?
Jeremy, we're going to end with aux helium branch 1 closed, all other helium branch open.
Okay, understood that. And what about inhibiting? Will anything be inhibited?
Checking. Jeremy, all 4 helium isols will be enabled, but only Oxhelium-1 will be closed.
Okay, understood. All enabled and Oxhelium-1 closed. Appreciate those insights.
Good readback.
And Houston, just one other detail. We want to make sure it got down accurately communicated to you prior to the burn. We went into that seeing Oxhelium isolation valve 1 inhibited, closed and inhibited, which was not what we were expecting from the daily summary. We just wanted to make sure that that was clear to you, and that's what you were seeing as well.
Yeah, sorry, Jeremy. We inhibited that valve from the ground earlier, and we should have told you about it.
Okay, all right. That closes all the loops for us. We're doing good up here. Everything feels great, and we're just working through our timeline. Appreciate it.
Our pleasure. And FYI, we're doing team handover to Orbit 2 as we speak.
Copy that. Thanks, everyone, and looking forward to working with Orbit 2.
Hey, one more question for you. We're 18 minutes out from an attitude maneuver and wondering what the exercise plan is.
We were a bit late getting to that exercise. The intention was to still do it. Can we do exercise through the CCU dump? Any restrictions on that?
Checking.
And while you're checking that, Stan, if you guys could just safely raise for us from the ground, we'd appreciate it.
So, Jeremy, we can't exercise during attitude maneuvers, and we have an attitude maneuver at the beginning and at the end of the CCU activity that's coming up here. So I think we're going to have to shift exercise to the far side of the CCU dump.
Right, okay, that makes sense. All right, we will sync you up on what the plan is. We may start exercise before the CCU dump if you're okay with that, and then cease it prior to your maneuvers, if that works for you.
Copy. We'll give you a 2-minute warning for stopping exercise to allow a raise to damp and then do the attitude maneuver. Basically, you only have 10 minutes before you have to stop.
Plan. This is just a resistive set for Christina, so it's easy to stop it in the middle and pick it up after the dump.
Okay. And Jeremy, we'd like you to not try to start exercise before the CCU dump. We'll pick it up on the other side, please.
Okay, understand your direction is to defer exercise till after the CCU dump.
Yes, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control with the mission elapsed time of 6 days, 2 hours, and 40 minutes into the Artemis II flight. We have regained forward link LOS, or forward link contact with the crew, I should say, meaning we can now send communications and commands to the Orion spacecraft. Again, this was a tracked LOS whenever we understood that we would not have that capability for about an hour. However, we did have spacecraft data and communications that entire time. Just before the RTC-1, that return trajectory correction burn, now an hour and 12 minutes ago, the crew received some cautions on their screen about the prop system. The conversation from Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston to the crew, explaining some of those cautions and why they received them, and that they are putting recovery steps for that system in work. There was some also unexpected software commanding, and the team is taking a look into that, but the vehicle is in a good condition. You also heard the Capcom and crew walking through a little bit of the rest of the day. Again, it's been a pretty quiet day for the crew as they were very busy yesterday during Lunar flyby. Now for the rest of the day, they will get into some exercise. A crew member will get the chance to speak with their family. They'll also have their private medical conferences before going to bed tonight. These are conferences that are routinely scheduled throughout spaceflight to ensure the ground and the astronauts have a chance to check in on how everyone is feeling. Here in Artemis Mission Control, the Orbit 1 team has completed their handover to the Orbit 2 team, so I'll also be handed over to my friend Anna Schneider. Reminder that our coverage is live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube, so don't go anywhere because we are here until the crew is splashed down and recovered off the coast of California.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and have completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Tess Caswell. The Orion spacecraft, of which you can see a live view there on your screen, those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. That spacecraft and its crew are currently about 55,000 miles away from the moon and about 222,000 miles away from the Earth. Following yesterday's lunar flyby, they are now in the return leg of their journey with an expected splashdown on Friday, April 10th. The crew has an off-duty day today, so there's very minimal timeline tasks for them. However, the first return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-1 burn, was recently completed at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. There are 3 planned small return trajectory correction burns along the return journey home to ensure the crew is set up for a safe re-entry and splashdown. The last of the trio of burns is scheduled to take place on flight day 10, about 5 hours before entry interface, once the crew has begun working through their preparations for coming home. So while it's an off-duty day, for the remainder of the day, the crew will complete their daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft, but otherwise, they mostly have free time to do as they choose before preparing for sleep.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to the maneuver to the CCU dump attitude.
Integrity copy.
And Ike, while I've got you, we have 2 requests for you on this activity.
Okay, I'm ready to copy.
All right, if you would please just let us know when you start and stop the vent and how many CCUs you dump, if more than one.
Okay, I will let you know. I plan to dump 2 CCUs, and I will let you know when I start and when I stop. And just confirm through the maneuver, though, we are still go for CCU dumps until then.
And Victor, if you would please pause on any dumping until we get to the timelined activity.
Okay, we copy. We have paused secondary line dumping.
Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're seeing a live look of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its return journey back home to Earth. You just heard some communication between the crew, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston, which for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell. And they were discussing an upcoming CCU dump. CCU stands for Collapsible Contingency Urinals, and they typically vent that liquid overboard each day. So they are in the process of preparing for that upcoming vent overboard. And this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can currently see a live view of that Orion spacecraft as it performs a small attitude maneuver to get it into position to perform an upcoming wastewater dump.
Houston Integrity, we have dropped a VC call. Can you please redial?
In work.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard a call there from the crew. They were referencing a PFC, which is a private family conference. The flight control position here in Mission Control that is responsible for coordinating and setting those up, specifically the connection from the ground to the crew, is the BME position, which is the biomedical engineer. And they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware.
Okay, Houston, we're about 60 seconds from the first CCU dump.
Copy.
Okay, Houston, turning the knob, the valve in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Houston copies. Vent started.
Okay, I stopped the dump. We don't like to let the CCUs collapse. I'm going to vent it, let it open back up, and then start the dump again in 10 seconds.
We copy, Victor.
Vent is open. Houston Integrity starting the second CCU dump in 5, 4. Valve closed, venting and dumping the rest of the second CCU in 10 seconds.
We copy.
Houston Integrity, that is the filled CCU dumps complete. I can actually provide another one for you in about 2 minutes if you want, and actually I would love to do that if that's an option.
And Victor, we'll be happy to take you up on that. For your awareness, the maneuver out of this attitude kicks off at 3:20. And to be perfectly clear, that's when we would want the dump to be complete.
Victor copies.
Integrity Houston, for awareness, we are one command away from clearing the prop cautions that are on the board. And if you want to follow along, you can look on the prop SMPRU display.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're hearing some communication there from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
Houston, we're starting the dump in 3 seconds.
Copy.
As they are wrapping up a wastewater dump. These activities typically happen every day. And then they also...
Off the vent, starting in 5.
And they also, the team here in Mission Control also noted that the cautions on the screen that appeared ahead of the earlier return trajectory correction burn are starting to be cleared as they are returning the propulsion system back to a steady state, and they are putting those recovery steps in work after those cautions were received.
Okay, Houston, CCU dump complete.
Copy. Perfect timing. Integrity Houston for awareness. Once we complete this maneuver, we will park the saws and we will let you know, but we are prioritizing getting into configuration to allow you to begin exercise expediently.
Thank you so much, Tess.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. Joining me now on console is Dr. Suzanne Bell, Principal Investigator for Artemis II Archer Study. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you, Anna.
And to start, can you tell us a little bit more about your role for this mission?
Well, this is an exciting mission for us because it's the first time that we've had astronauts beyond low Earth orbit in 50 years. And so it's exposure to deep space, which for us is a number of space hazards that we don't get exposure to anywhere in the world or even in low Earth orbit on the International Space Station. So what we're doing is collecting data to understand behavioral health, how crew interacts with Orion systems, how the team works together, and then how sleep affects their performance.
So you mentioned a little bit about the data you'll be collecting, but you go into a little bit more about the devices and how you'll be collecting that data.
We collect some pre-mission data, which is a really important understanding of the crew's baseline before they're exposed to deep space. We collect in-mission data. I actually wore one today. It's an actigraphy device, and the crew is wearing it even on their day off today. So we can track their activity as well as their sleep patterns and getting an understanding of the way they're interacting and using the cabin and some other things. We also collect a lot of data post-mission. Something I'm really excited about is our R+0 or return +0 data collection on their cognitive performance as well as their operational performance. Humans are very adaptable, but that transition, because we are so adaptable, is something that we pay attention to for preparation for things like landing on the moon someday. So that's an important data collection for us. And then other data collection after post-mission also includes a really important debrief. So we get an understanding of where there might be performance sticking points, or where the crew might need more supports with behavioral health or how to team together. And so it's critical that we can get an understanding of the data, but then explore this data with the crew, and they really provide important insights. This crew is the only one that's gone into deep space since we've had more modern methods of looking at these things, and so getting their interpretation of what happened is really important context for us to understand.
And so Orion is significantly smaller than the International Space Station, which a lot of us are used to, but how will that size impact how the 4 crew members are living and working together on their mission?
Well, that's a very good question and something I'm interested to find out. So one of the aspects of teamwork we look at is something called group living, that concept of being considerate of others and being tidy in the workspace, and how does the space work in terms of habitability and being able to be together in that small environment. And Orion's interesting. It's very small. The International Space Station is something like a 6-bedroom apartment, and this is something like the size of a camper van or 2 small vans. It's a little different, though, without gravity in the way that we have in Earth, and that you can use little cubbies of it and different spaces on it. So I'm really interested to hear from the crew, is it as tight as it seems? Did they have procedures and workarounds to make it seem more roomy? Particularly interested in sleep. So right now in the International Space Station, sleep is very well managed, and they have private sleeping areas, and it's just it's conducive to sleep. But Orion's quite different, and it's similar to hammocks or just spread across in that small environment in a different way. And so it'll be really interesting to hear from the crew. Well, one is to look at their sleep patterns with our watches like this that we have with them, but second, to get their perspective on, did it work out? And one of the reasons it's good to hear their perspective is because this is a 10-day mission, but we're looking at a sustained presence on the moon, 45-day missions, longer. And so some of the stuff will be passable for a 10-day mission, but they'll also give us insights into, we worked it out, but there's going to have to be a different setup or different ways of using Orion for longer missions.
And you touched on how this is a test flight. Is there anything that you're hoping to learn that maybe you haven't learned yet from the 7 days that we've done? There's probably going to be a lot of data collection even after the mission.
I'm really interested in this part of the mission. So we've done testing of Orion. It was magical to do the lunar flyby. That is really meaningful work. Now we're on the way home when the high is kind of over, right? And so there's fixing toilets today and some other things that it's kind of coming off of that high. We know from our data that having positive affect, having that excited feeling can actually help your performance and really is important for the crew in terms of their well-being. So even this coming down, I'll be curious how they react to that. And so it's still a critical part of the human test, even though we're done with a lot of the other testing, although testing is ongoing on pretty much everything. But
so you touched on it a little bit, but what role does team dynamics play in your study?
Team dynamics is one of our main pillars that we look at. So we're interested in both how the crew works together as a team, but also how they work back with mission control. A lot of the ways we do things right now are based on real-time interaction. And as we create a sustained presence on the moon and are increasingly looking to things like Mars, we'll become more Earth independent. So we have to push some of the decision-making to the crew, some of the problem-solving to the crew. And so looking at that dynamic both within the crew but then back with mission control so we can kind of create this Earth independent eventual direction that we're trying for.
That's super interesting. So what about sleep? So what role does this wrist device play in tracking their sleep, and how does sleep play into this study?
Sleep's really important. Even in this mission, we pushed the crew a couple times, and they had smaller sleep intervals than you would expect or that you would even suggest from a performance perspective. Co-investigator on this project is Dr. Erin Flynn Evans at the Sleep Lab out of Ames, Sleep and Fatigue Lab. And so she and her team actually tested some of these patterns ahead of time to make sure that performance could still be sustained under the extremes of not only being in
Houston, the saws are parked. You are go for exercise.
Copy. Thanks. Starting now.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard a call up there from the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control to NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They mentioned that the solar array wings, or those saws, there's 4 of those attached to the Orion spacecraft that manage power generation. Those have been placed in a park position, so the crew is now able to resume their exercise, that exercise using the flywheel device on board the Orion spacecraft. All right, Suzanne, so you were talking a little bit about sleep and the role that plays.
Yeah, so as we are doing things like testing systems, sometimes you don't get all the sleep that you wanted. So we had early in the mission, for example, the crew was allowed a 4-hour sleep opportunity. Dr. Erin Flynn Evans and her team, that's collaborators on this research of ours, tested that ahead of time to make sure that it would be doable for the crew, because you're talking about a performance circumstance that's extreme. Okay, so now you're doing performance in a different type of gravity. You're in a small space. You're coordinating not only with your crew, but back with mission control. The crew is highly trained, so that goes obviously a very long way. But still, if you're tired, you can still make errors. And errors in this type of situation and in space, can have severe consequences. So we really want to make sure the crew's positioned for success. We can learn about where we can push them in a mission like this, where we were able to push them a little bit on the sleep, but then where we'll have to pull back, where there might have been areas that we've pushed a little too far. And so that's some of the data we'll be getting.
And I'm curious, so the crew right now is actually in mostly an off-duty day. So does that also kind of factor in to some of your study, like when they have busy days and then they have some time off? How does that play a role into some of that health and performance?
Yeah, so on the International Space Station, some of what the Behavioral Health and Performance Operations Group is fatigue management. And so importantly, having that work-rest cycle and interval is critically important. All of us at home, you know, when we work, we need that day off. You know, so do astronauts. And they really need to get a lot of work done while they're up there, but they also need that time to unwind. We have research that would suggest that when you take time off, it's important that you disengage. And so crew being able to have that opportunity to have that, you know, restorative time and whatever they need to do to disengage. Like my understanding is today crew wanted a little bit more exercise time. That might not be the same for every crew, but this crew in particular, it seems like something that they're interested in and helps them kind of get that restorative time for themselves.
Super interesting. So there's lots of insights that are going to come from your study, and how will some of those insights help future missions to the moon and maybe even onto Mars one day?
Well, this is critical data for us. So we have learned a lot from low Earth orbit. We know about cognitive performance change. We know that social support is an important buffer for stress. We know that teamwork is critical for performance outcomes. Now we're asking them to do it in a completely different environment. So we're going to use those baseline from our data in low Earth orbit and really build on it using what's called a Bayesian methodology, but where you update each time with new data. And so what Archer really does, which is our research study, is really sets up the infrastructure for understanding human health and performance for Artemis missions. We'll learn from Artemis II, then we'll roll that right in to do our best estimates for Artemis III. We'll provide supports for the crew where we can in these areas, and then we will learn from that data, see where we can push a little bit more, and iterate into the Artemis missions as they get more and more difficult to create that sustained presence on the moon. It's a human performance challenge, and so you know, it's really important to know where can we push, where are we pushing too much, because ultimately that human system is as important as all the other systems that are being tested right now.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you. To wrap it up, can you tell us what you are most excited to learn regarding this mission?
I'm really interested to learn the sticking points. We try to replicate and understand space as much as possible on Earth, but when you get all of those things together, it's radiation, it's different forms of gravity, it's being in a small space. It's always surprising what kind of can be a sticking point. And so just that crew perspective on, we saw these changes in your data, but from your perspective, where are the sticking points and how do we best support crews of the future? They're the best position to tell us of what's needed to really support the Artemis III crew and then Artemis IV after that.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Suzanne Bell, Principal Investigator for the Artemis II Archer Study.
Thank you, Anna.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 3 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis II mission here on flight day 7. We recently had Dr. Suzanne Bell join us to talk about the Archer study flying as part of Artemis II. And as a part of this study, NASA wants to know how Artemis II astronauts adapt to Orion's living space. The crew is wearing wristband devices that record their sleep and movements. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at how data collected before, during, and after flight will provide scientists with valuable insights into how crews adjust to life in deep space.
Have you ever lived in a dorm room or gone on vacation in a small camper van? Now imagine you're with 4 people flying around the moon in a small space. That's what our Artemis II astronauts will do in the Orion spacecraft. For comparison, the International Space Station is bigger than a 6-bedroom house, but a spacecraft like Orion provides an opportunity for scientists to gain valuable insights into how crews traveling to deep space adjust to living in tight quarters. To better understand how isolation, confinement, and other aspects of spaceflight affect human health and performance, Artemis II crew members will evaluate their activity levels, sleep patterns, movements, and interactions for a study called Artemis Research for Crew Health and Readiness, or Archer for short. Artemis II astronauts will wear wristband devices that record their sleep and movements, similar to a digital watch you might wear on Earth to track your daily activity. Crew members will don the monitor during the mission to provide real-time health and behavioral data. Scientists will compare what's collected in flight to baselines collected before launch and after landing. Crew members will also complete surveys and tests of motor control before and after flight to help scientists assess how well they work individually and as a team. Results of the study will provide input into the design of future Artemis missions, helping NASA pinpoint how to make the best use of space in, well, space.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft named Integrity as it makes its return journey back home to Earth with splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently in an off-duty period. The crew is currently working through some exercise. Specifically, CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen is working on his exercise period. The crew has about an hour block of time each day dedicated to exercise using the flywheel exercise device, but outside of those exercise blocks, the crew is mostly free to do what they want for the remainder of the day. They will have a brief private medical conference towards the end of the day, followed by a private flight director conference during which they will discuss the vehicle status along with any questions or concerns they may have going into the next flight day. And then that will wrap up flight day 7 as the crew will then head into their pre-sleep period, during which they will have the opportunity to eat dinner and complete any hygiene activities before they head into sleep. The crew's sleep period is expected to begin in about 4 hours and 40 minutes from now.
Houston integrity low priority question for prop system when you have a minute.
We have as many minutes as you need.
This should be quick. We see that the prop system is reconfigured after RTC1. The only thing that we wanted to clarify from our crew displays is that it looks to us like Oxhelium Isol 1 is both closed and inhibited. We expected it to be closed, but not inhibited.
Checking. And Reed, you are just one step ahead of us. We had inhibited it as part of the recovery process, but we are about to re-enable it as our last step.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And while I got you, just wanted to give you a heads up. We've got slot 4 active on board for RTC last.
All right, high fives all around. That's a big accomplishment for the team and for the mission. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, of which you can see a live view of the exterior of that spacecraft as it makes its way back to Earth. That communication between the crew and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which you can see a look at that Capcom console in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Capcom currently on console is Test Caswell for Orbit 2. The communication was related to the prop or propulsion system prior to the earlier return trajectory correction 1 burn, which was completed at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. There were some cautions that were received on screen ahead of that burn related to the prop system. And there were recovery steps put in work related to those cautions, warnings or cautions. And those recovery steps are almost complete. And all of this being managed by the propulsion officer here in Mission Control Houston. That goes by prop, and they are responsible for monitoring the spacecraft's propellants to complete burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes.
Integrity Houston for any available regarding additional annotations on science impact flashes.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, we understand that you guys have some additional annotations that you made in OneNote regarding impact flashes, and the easiest way we think to get that to us is if you would take a screenshot of those additional annotations and place that in imagery for downlink, which will save us having to re-downlink the OneNote file.
Okay, I'll do that right now. It'll be on PCD3, and it is a work of art.
Copy, Jeremy. We look forward to taking a look.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. A few moments ago, you heard some additional communication between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the team here at Mission Control. They were discussing some science observations that had been made yesterday during the lunar flyby, specifically related to some impact flashes that the crew saw during the eclipse period at the very end of the lunar flyby. These impact flashes are flashes of light from meteoroids that are striking.
Confirm we are go for secondary wastewater dump.
Checking. And Integrity Houston for the CCU dumps, we are still analyzing imagery related to the timelined dump. We would like you to hold off on any additional dumping until the end of our analysis activity, which is in approximately 90 minutes, and we'll give you a call when that's complete.
Okay, we copy. Holding off on dumping, and you confirm 19er or 9er 0 minutes?
And that is 9er 0 minutes. Of course, you can let us know if that's an issue for you guys.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Again, some additional communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Victor Glover and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, Tess Caswell, regarding a wastewater dump. They were working to complete a wastewater dump about an hour ago, and then they put a pause on some additional wastewater dumps for about 90 minutes. And then prior to that most recent call, the crew was also calling down related to some clarification for observations they had made during the lunar flyby related to some impact flashes. Again, these are flashes of light from meteoroids that are striking at the surface of the moon. Earlier in the day, as part of Flight Day 7, the crew did have a post-lunar flyby crew conference with the science team here on the ground to discuss some of their observations while they were still top of mind. Currently here in Mission Control, the science officer on console is Angela Garcia.
Houston Integrity, just for your planning purposes, and so you're tracking what I'm doing here. I was scheduled for aerobic today. I'm going to go ahead and film resistive exercise just because of our Titan timeline. Resistive goes a little faster, and I prefer more resistive anyway. But let me know if anyone has any major heartache with that, and I'll switch back to aerobic.
Copy. Checking. Integrity Houston, back with you on the exercise question. So there are a couple of factors here for you, Jeremy. One, since this is a recorded session, we are looking to get one of aerobic and one of resistive. And because of other activities tomorrow, we think that the resistive fits better tomorrow from a spatial constraints perspective, which is why we had aerobic today. So we're leaning towards recommending that you stick with aerobic today, but additional context is that we do have some wiggle room to extend the time frame where you guys can be exercising today if needed.
Okay, Houston, I can do aerobic today.
Thanks, Jeremy. Integrity Houston for SA regarding a ground activity.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, Reed, just wanted to let you know the ground is about to take a team photo at 4:25 your time. So I will be stepping away from the desk, but I will have my device on speaker. So if you call, it'll just take me an extra minute to pop over here and respond.
Okay, no problem. And we see that the prop system is in the configuration we expected. Thank you.
Fantastic. That is true. Integrity Houston for secondary dumping.
Go Go ahead, Tess.
Hey, Reed, some good news. We have determined that we are okay if you have additional CCUs that you want to dump. We would just appreciate it if you would let us know anytime you're initiating a dump until MET of 5:36. We are still collecting imagery associated with that burst dump, and it'll just help us to know when additional dumps happen.
Okay, sounds good. We're going to have a dump in about 1 minute here, plus or minus a few minutes. Well, not minus a few, but maybe plus a few. And I thought you were taking a picture, Tess.
We are about to. We're waiting for one very important flight director to arrive.
Okay, great. As we told the Orbit 2 team, really savor these moments as you got the whole group together to take a picture, and just we're really proud of everyone, and we're having a good time up here. Thank you.
Hey, I had you on speaker for that, and we really appreciate your words. The whole team heard you, and we are all really proud to be here with you.
Excellent. And Victor just had a great comment. If you guys get a couple of these early drafts of these pictures of you all, put them in the mission summary. We'd love to see your faces.
We can absolutely do that.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft on the left-hand side of your screen. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. And that communication with the ground discussing ongoing wastewater dumps. And then they were also discussing a team photo that's about to take place here on the ground with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. Throughout the mission, there have been 3 different flight directors supporting the Orbit 2 team, starting with Flight Director Paul Kanya, Flight Director Diane Daly, and supporting the Orbit 2 team today. And for the remainder of the Orbit 2s for the Artemis II mission is Flight Director Fiona Ankowiak. This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. Now joining me on console, I have Dr. Brian Crucian. He is the principal investigator for Artemis II's immune biomarker study. Welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, to start off, can you tell us a little bit about your role during this mission?
I'm the principal investigator for the immunology biomarker study, but it has a large team of co-investigators both in NASA and external and globally, actually. And we're very excited to get biosamples down from the Artemis II crew and be able to say some things about how we're physiologically adapting to deep space.
All right, so the scientific usefulness of saliva is something that most of us here on Earth usually don't think about. So how are you collecting those samples?
We're collecting both blood and saliva samples. The name of the study is biomarkers, and so biomarkers are measurable indicators of pathological processes or normal physiological adaptation. And so you go to the doctor, you go out for a blood test or any type of similar test, and we're basically doing the same thing. We're the reference laboratory, medical reference laboratory for the astronauts. And so we want to get these samples down, pre-flight samples, in-flight samples, post-flight samples, and it will tell us about how they're adapting to the spaceflight environment. We don't have a lot of the laboratory equipment that we have on station, unfortunately. It's a different type of vehicle. And so we had to do things a little bit differently. On ISS, we can collect venous blood samples, and they can be partially processed on board, frozen and stabilized for return. We first thought we wouldn't be able to get in-flight samples from the initial Artemis missions, but then we had some innovation happen at NASA, and we decided to expand some dry collection technology to enable this to happen, and it's worked really well, and we're very excited about it.
All right, show off this dry collection book for the camera. So how does this work?
This is the magic that makes it all happen. And so the crew member will, I only have one hand, let me change hands here with the microphone button. And so basically the crew members expose these pages and put it in their mouth, get it wet, and then let the pages air dry. And literally, this is it. It can go in the pocket, it can go in a bag, it can come down. And the analytes that we look at are very stable on this media for incredibly long lengths of time. We did this on board ISS for cortisol only. I'll show a quick picture of that. This is a collection on board ISS, dry saliva. It was actually pioneered by a man named Dr. Mark Laudenschlager, and but we were only doing cortisol because liquid samples are better than dry samples. And so the reason we needed the book for cortisol was we needed multiple samples in a day for circadian rhythm. And so we thought for Artemis missions, this might be the solution. And so we've pioneered basically trying to do everything else that one might need to look at in astronauts off of these books. Stress hormones, markers of inflammation, latent virus DNA, and bit by bit, by changing the papers, the reconstitution methods, it all worked. And so this is it. They'll do these books before flight, during flight, after flight. We've seen them in some of the live shots from Artemis II on the walls of the cabin drying, so it's been really cool. We got all excited about that. And we can't wait to get the samples down and be able to say something about how we're adapting to deep space.
That's super interesting. And actually, every day or on several days on the crew's timeline, we actually see a reminder right before their sleep period to collect their saliva sample. So it's interesting now to know exactly what that was for. But let's dig a little bit more into this. So can viruses reactivate in space?
Yeah, you heard me mention latent virus DNA. And I've been here for about 25 years. And it's been an interesting arc of discovery, medically speaking. We went from, I'm an immunologist, we went from not knowing if we had an immunology problem during space flight to getting some post-flight samples from shuttle missions and realizing, wow, there's a tremendous changes there. But is it just landing? We had to wait for the next study to get in-flight samples to know that, yeah, we've actually got an in-flight issue here with the immune system. And so Station allowed us to characterize this over 6 months. But what we've done is try to connect the immune problem to the virus problem. And so everybody became an immunologist during COVID. We've all heard about CD4 T cells and antiviral immunity, but this is what's going on with the astronauts and the clinical risks that we're worried about. When their immune system becomes compromised, latent viruses may reactivate and cause risks during deep space missions. And these are the viruses. When you get a cold, someone gets you on an elevator, your kids from daycare, about a week later, that cold virus is completely gone from your body. You're then immune to that cold virus, and you generally won't get that one again. The problem is there's hundreds and hundreds of cold viruses. But some of these special viruses establish what we call latency in the body. You don't clear them. They're with you for the rest of your life. A good example is chickenpox. We get that when we're young. The virus is called varicella zoster. And you don't clear that virus. It establishes latency. And every day of your life, that virus is trying to wake up and cause disease. And your cytotoxic T cells, not to get too jargony, but that's what controls the virus. So during space, if your cytotoxic T cells aren't working as well, the virus is going to wake up. It was actually NASA that pioneered finding that these viruses can be detected in saliva of stressed individuals who aren't really sick yet. It's the changes that precede disease that are associated with the stress. It's Dr. Dwayne Pearson, Dr. Satish Mehta, and so it was fascinating, but we didn't associate that with clinical illness yet in astronauts, but it was a great biomarker for clinically relevant immune problems. Later on station, we started to connect it to issues the crew were having, some of the crew, dermatitis events. We actually had a case of zoster on orbit, shingles. That's the disease that is recreated by the same virus that caused chickenpox when you're either tremendously stressed or elderly. And so we actually had that happen on station once.
So you mentioned a little bit about reactivation of viruses, but what specific spaceflight hazards can contribute to that reactivation?
Oh, that's a great question, and there are so many. And so stress, physiological and psychological stress, anybody who's experienced a period of tremendous stress in their life, that's when you get your colds, that's when you get sick. Med students taking exams, bereavement. There are a lot of situations on the ground where we get stressed and we get sick. But also microgravity, just being weightless, the immune system doesn't function as well. It fascinates me to this day. If we were on station right now, we could do some somersaults and throw some M&Ms at each other, and it looks great. But in fact, the cells know something's wrong and don't function as well. And so several of the immune cells, also natural killer cells, control cancer. They don't work as well during spaceflight. Some of Dr. Richard Simpson's work. And so these are the immune changes that persist during flight. And it's stress, to answer your question, stress, microgravity, radiation. The most radiosensitive cells in the body are the immune precursors in the bone marrow. And so altered nutrition, isolation, confinement, all of these things. So space is what we call an applied experiment. It's not just one variable, but it's a whole bunch. If we were doing this in laboratory, I'd want to look at one thing at a time. But during space, we're really just characterizing what is space flight, which is the amalgamation of all these variables.
So it's a combination of a lot of different things, but looking forward, how will insights from your study benefit future missions to the moon and also onto Mars?
Well, once we collect, and I say we, it's the global spaceflight immunology community, characterized this, and once we saw some adverse clinical events in some of the astronauts that we thought were related to it, we moved on to countermeasures. And so we've already been developing the countermeasure protocol to try and fix this. Now, the happy part of the story is that on station, we've kind of already fixed this problem. They've already deployed a whole bunch of countermeasures to station. The improved aerobic and resistive exercise devices, improved nutrition, communications, and all of these things have benefited stress, and they've benefited immune, in particular exercise. But most of these countermeasures don't translate well to deep space missions. So we're going to increase the stressors and probably to some degree decrease our ability to care for them halfway to Mars. So we need a countermeasure that's specific for deep space missions. And so we've already developed that international team of experts and clinicians, and so that's being tested on the ground right now. And to look for a test bed, we look for a place terrestrially that recreates that spaceflight stressor, and the best place ended up being Antarctica. Wintering over there, which is a 1-year mission, 24-hour darkness, isolation, extreme environment, is the perfect place to test these immune countermeasures for flight. And so that's happening right now with the National Science Foundation at Palmer Station. And we're excited to get those samples back and see if the countermeasure we've developed for this problem is working.
That is super interesting, and I know there's lots of different analogs for all sorts of different human spaceflight things going on. We also have CHAPEA and Hera and all sorts of things that are often going on. But what are you personally most excited to learn from this mission and this study?
I'm excited, after 30 years here, that we're beyond the Van Allen belt. I mean, I can hardly believe it. I'm so excited. And so everybody on our team is. We're excited that a way emerged to get these samples and to characterize deep space stressors.
Go ahead.
Jeremy just completed his aerobic. Please let me know when the vehicle dynamics support me getting on for resistive.
And Reed, we just went around the room. Oh. We are all good. You can begin exercise now if you'd like.
Okay, we will. It is pretty interesting up here. I'm sure you see in the data, but we can definitely feel the vehicle moving around when folks are exercising. It's pretty cool to just sit there and float and feel the vehicle kind of. It's not like a ship rocking in the ocean, but you definitely feel it wiggling around.
We also see it in the SAW video as well as our data, but good to hear your report on it as well.
Hey, one last question. This is for a little later tonight, but we kind of want to do a couple deep sky long exposure photographs. If the SAWs are in the windows and it's possible to get the lights turned off on the SAW cameras in about an hour, we might appreciate that, but clearly not if it interrupts any sort of ops down there.
Reed, we think that will be doable. We will double check and we'll let you know when you're done exercising.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were discussing some exercise activities. So CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen just completed his daily exercise. And then Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut and commander of the Orion spacecraft, is about to begin his exercise using that flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. Again, joining me here in Mission Control, I have Brian Krushin, principal investigator for Artemis II's immune biomarker study. Again, you were talking a little bit about what you were most excited to learn about from this mission.
Yeah, we're just thrilled that it all came together so well technically, and that we were able to get these all this suite of analytes to come out of these books. It's more than I even mentioned. Bone markers, nutritional status markers. Dr. Scott Smith, the nutritionist, he's a part of this. And so we're going to get a really comprehensive snapshot of how we're adapting in flight just off the saliva books. So I'm excited about that, but it was also just a thrill to train the crew to do these ops, and they're so amazing. So we're enjoying it.
So you've talked a lot about the saliva books, but what about this blood collection that you're also doing? Can we talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so saliva is a wonderful biofluid to get and analyze because it's non-invasive. I don't have to stick a needle in you to get it. It's readily available and you can collect it. And it's basically a filtrate or a distillate of blood plasma anyway. And so we've tried to shift for remote locations or operationally constrained things to saliva where we can, but there's still some things that you really need blood sample for. And so dry blood has actually been around for a while. primarily for pediatrics. They do a heel stick on them for a variety of things. But we do have dry blood as a part of this study also. And so here's the dry blood card that will be used. But we don't have in-flight dry blood for Artemis II. It'll be in-flight for Artemis 3 through 6, which are also a part of this study. But we're doing it pre and post for Artemis II. And I think Reed posted a really cool picture on Instagram of him doing his dry blood collection training.
And they collect it using a little finger prick?
Yeah, this is a standard lancet that anybody would use to do a finger stick. And then the collections are done over the paper like this. The thing that most people don't realize is that everybody that does this uses gravity and cheats. And so doing this in microgravity was something that we were a little bit concerned about. Would surface tension dominate, and would you be able to get a clean drop onto these? And so Dr. Doug Diak in my laboratory actually flew this hardware on the zero-G parabolic aircraft and triaged these collection materials and worked out that problem so that it's ready for Artemis 3.
That is super interesting. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. So just to round it out, what's it like to see your team's ideas and science flying on the Artemis II mission?
I can't believe that we get to be here and do this. Look where I am right now. What a thrill. And so, no, we're really enjoying it. It's humbling to get to see astronauts around the moon collecting biosamples for us, and we want to do a really good job for them. And just today, we were working out our schedule for after the last samples are collected post-flight, the staging of the reconstitution of these papers, and analyzing all of this. And so it's a real thrill for everyone on our team.
Well, thank you so much, Brian Crucian. Again, he is the principal investigator for the immune biomarker study flying on Artemis II. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 5 hours, and 5 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently awake but in an off-duty period. We recently had Dr. Brian Crucian join us to talk about the immune biomarker study flying as part of Artemis II. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health, so before, during, and after their trek around the moon, the Artemis II astronauts are collecting saliva samples. These samples will help scientists probe how the immune system reacts to deep space so that NASA can ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive in space as we venture to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's take a look to learn a bit more about this human research study.
What can Artemis II astronauts' saliva tell us? Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. Just one tiny sample provides a window into what's happening into a crew member's body. When Artemis II flies around the moon, the crew will provide saliva samples for a study called immune biomarkers, which probes how the immune system reacts to deep space travel. This research builds on studies we've done before. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station collect liquid saliva samples with tiny oral swabs that roll around in their mouths. They also provide dry samples by blotting their saliva onto special paper that's carefully preserved at room temperature and brought back to Earth for analysis. Artemis missions won't have much onboard room for a refrigerator to store liquid samples. As a result, crew members will take dry samples periodically during their mission so that researchers can see how their immune system changes over time. NASA has been using saliva samples to help understand astronauts' health for decades. During the shuttle program, they discovered that dormant viruses in our bodies, including the one that causes shingles, can reawaken in space. Researchers are unsure why this happens, but think it has something to do with how the body responds to the extreme environment of space, including changes to circadian rhythms, stress, diet, radiation exposure, and weightlessness. By knowing more about how deep space travel affects the immune system, Artemis missions will help NASA ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive in space as we venture onward to the Red Planet and beyond.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew, as it makes its way back to Earth. Yesterday on flight day 6, the crew spent the majority of their day in a lunar flyby observation period. And following that lunar flyby, the crew officially began their return journey back to Earth. And then earlier today, they had their first return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-1. That burn taking place at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time, to further fine-tune its trajectory to set it up for a re-entry and splashdown on Friday, April 10th. Over the past few hours, we've had a couple of human research experts join us to discuss the human research that's flying as part of Artemis II. One of those is the immune biomarkers experiment, which is exploring how the immune system reacts to spaceflight. And we also had someone with us to speak about the Archer study, which stands for Artemis Research for Crew Health and Readiness, which is evaluating how crew members perform individually and as a team throughout the mission, including how easily they can move around within the confined space of their Orion spacecraft. The crew is also collecting a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems to provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body as part of a third study called Artemis II Standard Measures. Additionally, radiation sensors were placed inside the Orion spacecraft cells to collect additional information about radiation shielding functionality, and organ-on-a-chip devices as part of the AVATAR study containing astronaut cells are studying how deep space travel affects humans at a cellular level.
Integrity Houston on OE1 for email status and SAW camera LEDs.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jeremy, 2 heads up items. We finished the email sync, so the hands-off email in crew band no longer applies. Secondly, Reed had asked if we could turn off the SAW camera LEDs. There were no constraints against that, so we turned all 4 off.
Okay, those are great items for us. Appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 5 hours, and 39 minutes and counting into the Artemis II mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman serving as the commander, NASA astronaut.
Houston Integrity, I've got AGA readings for you.
We are ready to copy.
Okay, CO2 is 1.1, O2 is 27, cabin temperature is 74.8, pressure is 10.35, and I think we would be ready to go to the reduced fan settings if you could do that for us.
We will put that in work.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard the crew, namely CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, called down with some AGA readings. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer, which is a portable laser-based instrument that detects trace contaminants and also provides updates on levels such as carbon dioxide in the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. They provide these readings periodically throughout the day and throughout the entirety of the mission. The console position here in Mission Control that monitors these readings is ECOM, which is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager. And they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems, and they also manage emergency response. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently winding down for their day, although they spent most of the day in an off-duty period, so they were free to do as they pleased. So the crew is wrapping up some exercise using that flywheel exercise device, and then they will be moving into their daily private medical conference with the medical teams on the ground, and these are daily conferences throughout the mission, and then they will move into their private flight director conference. So they also meet daily with the flight director in Mission Control to provide an update on vehicle status and answer any questions or comments they may have for the remainder of the mission, along with some of their upcoming activities. And then once those two private conferences are complete with the crew, they will be heading into their pre-sleep period. This is an approximately 2.5-hour block of time during which the crew typically eats their dinner, and they also prepare for sleep by completing any hygiene activities and winding down for the day. Today, during dinner, some of the options for the crew include tomato basil soup, lasagna with meat, Italian vegetables, chicken strips in salsa, and maple cream cookies. The Space Food Systems Laboratory here in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center is responsible for the preparation of the crew's food, not just on board the Orion spacecraft, but also for the International Space Station crews. Typically ahead of any mission, the crews will meet with the Space Food Systems Laboratory to go over their menus and options for their flight. There are several different ways that Space Food Systems Laboratory team will prepare the food. That includes freeze drying the food, where they will remove the water contents, and then on board the spacecraft, the crew is able to rehydrate it. And then there's also thermal stabilization, which are similar to military meals ready to eat. And then there are also some commercial off-the-shelf products that are flown as well. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are at a mission elapsed time of 6 days and 6 hours exactly. This image on your screen was captured by the Artemis II crew earlier today, and it shows our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, and its elegant spiral structure dominated by just 2 arms wrapping off the ends of a central bar of stars. Spanning more than 100,000 light years, Earth is located along one of the galaxy's spiral arms about halfway from the center. Again, the crew's been capturing a ton of imagery during their flight, and we will continue to upload it as we receive it. And then this image, also captured earlier today, shows the engines on the Orion spacecraft's service module, prominently featured. And it was taken from one of the cameras mounted on a solar array wing. And this image here, another one that was recently uploaded, was captured during the first shift of the Lunar flyby observation period on flight day 6, which was yesterday. And the Artemis II crew was able to capture more than 2/3 of the moon, showcasing the intricate features of the near side. The 600-mile wide impact crater, known as the Oriental Basin, lies along the transition between the near and far sides and is sometimes partly visible from Earth. The round black spot northeast of the Oriental is Grimaldi Crater, known for its exceptionally dark mare lava floor and heavily degraded rim. And then finally, this image shows the lower half of the moon hanging suspended in time, and this photograph also captured during the lunar flyby observation period by the Artemis II crew. In the upper center of the photo is again the Oriental Basin, which is a prominent feature with a black patch of ancient lava in the center that punched through the moon's crust in an eruption billions of years ago. Again, the crew has been capturing some outstanding imagery. As that imagery continues to be downlinked, we are continuing to process through that imagery alongside our science teams, and we'll continue to upload it and share it with the world.
Houston, I am sure you know, but we're just running a little long on this PMC, and we'll be ready for the flight director conference in probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Copy. Yep, no rush. We are ready when you are.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard a call down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were referencing a PMC, which stands for Private Medical Conference. All 4 crew members are currently participating in that private medical conference. Again, these are standard conferences with the crew's medical teams on the ground that take place towards the end of every flight day.
Houston, we're configuring for OE2. We'll see the flight directors over there.
We are there and ready.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Another call down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, noting that they had wrapped up their private medical conference and were now heading into their private flight director conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston. Again, this is another daily private conference that takes place typically at the end of every flight day. and it allows the crew to discuss the spacecraft status and any other items directly with the flight director to close out the day. You heard them reference OE2. That is in reference to the communication loops that come down from the spacecraft. Specifically, it stands for Orion to Earth.
Integrity Houston for good night number 1.
We're listening to some nice soothing music up here, and we are ready for good night number 1.
Love to hear it. Just a couple of things. We did normalize OE2, so that's back in nominal config. And the next, letting you know, we did adjust the cabin fan speed. You probably felt it. And we took the ARS back to awake. We did have one question just for data collection purposes. When you've asked us for the fan speed changes, we know originally it was for temperature. Since then, have airflow or noise also factored into these requests?
I would say both. This cabin is, I mean, there's probably a lot of meetings going on, but this cabin is much more comfortable with these fan settings, both from the way it feels like it distributes air more evenly because it's not just a windstorm on one side and quiescent ops on the other. It just feels more comfortable across. The temperature feels more consistent across the cabin. It is much more comfortable to live at this fan speed. So overall, for us, this is a far, far preferable configuration.
Copy. Thanks for the additional data. And then we had a follow-on question for ECOM, which is the increased fan speed that you requested following exercise this morning. Is that something that you'd like us to put in place for all exercise going forward?
I would say just increase the fan speed for exercise, and then just run the nominal, and then we'll let you know. But we did need a little more circulation this morning.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the feedback. We'll implement that going forward. And with that, I will bid you good night, at least the first time.
Thank you very much, and just confirm secondary dump is go for the night.
Affirm, go to dump for the night.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tess. We'll talk to you in a couple.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 6 days, 6 hours and 28 minutes into the Artemis II mission. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a view of the Orion spacecraft, this view coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. And then on the right-hand side, that view is of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis and provides updates on the spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. So currently the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 63,000 miles away from the Moon and about 217,000 miles away from Earth as they continue their return journey back home to planet Earth. The crew was calling down ahead of entering their pre-sleep period. They were speaking with the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who for the Orbit 2 shift is Tess Caswell. They were referencing some of the cabin fans and the speed of those cabin fans, specifically around some of their exercise period. Those cabin fans are managed by the ECOM position here in Mission Control, which stands for the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for internal thermal control systems as well as air and water supply and purification systems. And now that the crew has also completed their exercise for the day, again, they use a device on the Orion spacecraft called the flywheel, which is about the size of an extra large shoebox and operates similar to a rowing machine and allows for different types of exercise, including aerobics and resistive exercise. So now that the crew has completed that exercise, the MPO, or Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control Houston, is able to move the solar array wings from the saw park position, which they were in for that exercise period. The Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control is responsible for the electrical power generation, as well as the solar arrays and the array rotation mechanisms and power distribution systems on the Orion spacecraft. This position also manages crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water uprighting systems. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity by its crew, are currently in their pre-sleep period. They enter this pre-sleep period about half an hour ago, and this pre-sleep period typically lasts about 2.5 hours. The crew is expected to enter their sleep period in about 1 hour and 45 minutes, and that will close out flight day 7. The majority of today has been spent in a crew off-duty period, so the crew has had a chance to have time to themselves, especially following yesterday's busy lunar flyby observation period. The crew, though, did have the opportunity early in the day to speak directly with the science team here in Mission Control about their post-lunar flyby observations. This crew conference allowed the crew to provide those observations and also allowed the science team an opportunity to ask additional questions about some of the imagery and data that's been downlinked from that observation period. Again, all of this taking place not long after the lunar flyby itself, so that the crew still had it fresh and top of mind. Following that post-lunar flyby crew conference, the crew was again mostly in an off-duty state. They did have the opportunity to do their daily exercise using the flywheel device, and then they moved into their midday meal before preparing for the return trajectory correction burn. That is the first of 3 planned return trajectory correction burns to further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way back to Earth ahead of an entry and splashdown on Friday, April 10th. Coming up tomorrow on flight day 8, the crew will complete an OIG DFTO, and that stands for Orion Crew Survival System Suit Orthostatic Intolerance Garment Developmental Flight Test Objective. During this objective, the crew will assist each other with body circumference measurements and evaluate the donning, wearing, and doffing process for the orthostatic intolerance garment. And they will also complete a questionnaire detailing the ease of donning and doffing, which is the putting on and taking off, and how long that process takes and the overall fit of that garment. Also on the schedule for flight day 8 is the second part of a manual piloting developmental flight test objective. They did complete the first part of this objective earlier in the mission when they were able to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom. And the 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways a spacecraft moves. And there are 3 translational degrees of freedom and 3 rotational degrees of freedom. But tomorrow, during the second part of this manual piloting developmental flight test objective, the crew will center a target in the window field of view and manually pilot to the bias tail to sun attitude. And this manual piloting flight test objective is designed to test the handling qualities and guidance, navigation, and control systems of the Orion spacecraft. And by manually piloting the capsule to a bias tail to sun attitude, it allows them to manage the thermal constraints and power generation of the spacecraft.
Houston Integrity for PCD-1.
Go ahead.
are y'all remoted into that? I just got a micro SD drive failure, and then I saw a bunch of windows open and then close on my PCD like someone was trying to troubleshoot it. I just want to go hands off if you need it. Otherwise, I'll just assume it was a hiccup, and maybe I need to reseat that micro SD card again.
And Reed, we were not on that PCD. We are good with your plan to reseat that SD card, and if you have any other issues, we are standing by to help.
Okay, great. I know everybody already knows my password, so my PIN code, so that's great. That was awesome. Okay, thanks a lot, Tess. We'll call you in a couple.
All sounds good. Good night, number 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the Artemis II mission on board the Orion spacecraft, and the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who is currently Tess Caswell. They were discussing one of the PCDs that refers to the portable computing devices, basically the tablets that the crew uses throughout the mission to monitor procedures, timelines, etc. And those devices are managed by the CDH position here in Mission Control, which refers to the Command and Data Handling Console, and they monitor the various computer and avionics subsystems and ensure the health and functionality of the spacecraft's electronic equipment. This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view from the Orion spacecraft as it continues its return journey back home to Earth with that splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. These views are coming to you from one of the 4 solar array wing cameras on board the Orion spacecraft. Throughout the mission, we've been providing live views, and currently the Orion spacecraft is connected to what is known as the Deep Space Network, which is NASA's international array of giant radio antennas that support interplanetary spacecraft missions. And as part of NASA's Artemis II mission, throughout the mission, astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data have to transverse hundreds of thousands of miles carried on signals from NASA's powerful communication system, such as the Deep Space Network. Let's go ahead and learn a little bit more.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the 2 networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Again, that video providing a little bit more information about some of the communication networks that are used throughout the mission. Again, the Orion spacecraft currently transmitting data and communications through what is known as the Deep Space Network, as the Orion spacecraft and its crew are currently about 216,000 miles away from the Earth. And following yesterday's lunar flyby, their distance from the moon is increasing, so they're now about 64,000 miles away from the moon.
Integrity Houston for a quid check.
Yeah, go ahead, Tess.
Hey, Reed, we are seeing one of 4 temperature sensors diverge on the SM ox helium temperature sensors. We think this is a sensor issue. We've got 3 good ones. The 4th one is just walking off. But the caution warning associated with that would potentially enunciate in about 2 hours at the current sensor walk-off rate. We think the quid is suppressed. We commanded it that way, but our tool is showing it enabled. So I wanted to give you the quid so that you can verify that it's suppressed so we don't ring an erroneous caution warning on you in about 2 hours.
I think we checked this one the other day, but go ahead with the quid. I'm ready.
All right, that's 2131.
2131 on board is for message caution prop SM ox helium tank T4 high. The command state is suppressed. Threshold 1 is plus 89.6.
Fantastic. Thanks for checking, and I'm glad we're not going to wake you up with that one.
Yeah, no problem. And just to be sure, this has been like a linear walk-off, right? Because T4 has been trending up the entire mission, but no changes, correct? Just a constant trend upward?
Checking.
Nah, that's okay. I'm pretty sure we're familiar with this one, so no need.
Yeah, and Reed, your memory is good. We had previously talked about this one, but because it was erratic, and now we're seeing a linear trend, so we're just protecting for that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good night, number 3.
I think we might have hit the limit tonight. We'll see. Time will tell. Good night. Yes.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some additional communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. They were referencing a caution and warning identification number. They wanted to make sure that it was suppressed, as it was going to be an erroneous caution that could possibly be triggered while the crew was asleep in the next couple of hours. These were related to some temperature sensors on some helium tanks related to the propulsion system. And those sensors being managed by the propulsion officer here in Mission Control, who monitors vehicle propellants to complete burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view of that spacecraft there on your screen as it makes its return journey back home to Earth following a lunar flyby yesterday, April 6th. The crew is currently in a pre-sleep period. They're about halfway through that pre-sleep period. And during that period, they have the opportunity to eat dinner and complete any hygiene activities, but of course there's still been some periodic calls down here to Mission Control. The crew includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the Artemis II commander. Reed is originally from Baltimore, Maryland. He's previously been to space once before when he served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during that 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas such as human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. During that mission, the crew set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also previously served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. Serving as the Artemis II pilot is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Victor was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. He's originally from California, and at the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as a pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. Serving as one of the 2 mission specialists is NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the NASA Astronaut Corps in 2013, which was, of course, the same astronaut candidate class as Victor Glover. She served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Christina Cook set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. And then to round it all out is CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who is also serving as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. Originally from London, Ontario, Canada, Jeremy was selected as an astronaut in 2009, and after his selection, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here in NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. He also participated in training exercises, such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days, and in 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. These 4 astronauts make up the Artemis II crew. The Artemis II crew launched on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They completed their lunar flyby on Flight Day 6, which was Monday, April 6th, and now they are on the return journey of their mission. That mission expected to splash down off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. The crew's mission patch is a prominent symbol of the Artemis II mission, and when they explained the patch's symbolism when they revealed it to the world last year, they said that the Artemis II test flight begins when a mighty team launches the first crew of the Artemis generation. This patch designates the mission as all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis campaign, but also an endeavor of discovery that seeks to explore for all and by all. Framed in Apollo 8's famous Earthrise photo, the scene of the Earth and the Moon represents the dual nature of human spaceflight, both equally and compelling. The Moon represents our exploration destination, focused on discovery of the unknown. The Earth represents home, focused on the perspective we gain when we look back at our shared planet and learn what it is to be uniquely human. The orbit around Earth highlights the ongoing exploration missions that have enabled Artemis to set sights on a long-term presence on the Moon and soon Mars. And now on your screen, you can see a live look of the Orion spacecraft. Of course, those 4 astronauts currently aboard as part of the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity during a news conference this past fall on September 24th. The name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. The name is also a nod to the extensive integrated effort from the more than 300,000 spacecraft components to the thousands of people across the world that must come together to venture to the moon and back, inspire the world, and set a course for a long-term presence at the moon. Integrity is also rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's astronaut office, and the Canadian Space Agency. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 7 hours, and 39 minutes into the Artemis II mission. A few moments ago, you probably just saw the Orion spacecraft make a small attitude maneuver. These attitude maneuvers are managed by the GNC position, which is the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. They are responsible for managing the inertial measuring units, the global positioning system receivers, along with barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft. And of course, they are responsible for commanding those attitude maneuvers. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 8 hours, and 9 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Currently on your screen, you can see on the left-hand side a live view from the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, inside the cabin, the crew is currently at the tail end of their pre-sleep period. They are expected to enter their sleep period in about 20 minutes. And that sleep period typically lasts for about 8.5 hours. Once that is complete, that will officially mark the start of flight day 8. During today's flight day 7, the crew mostly had an off-duty day. They did have a post-lunar flyby conference with the science team here on the ground towards the beginning of their day, during which they were able to discuss some of the observations they made during the lunar flyby during flight day 6, while that was still top of mind. And the science team here on the ground also had the opportunity to discuss those observations with the crew and gather any clarification and ask additional questions. The crew also had the opportunity to speak with the International Space Station crew, Expedition 74, on board the International Space Station currently during a ship-to-ship call. But besides those activities, the crew has mostly had a light day. It was considered an off-duty day for the most part. They did have to monitor the return trajectory correction 1 burn towards the middle part of their day. That burn took place at 7:03 p.m. Central, 8:03 p.m. Eastern, to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its return journey home. There are 3 total return trajectory correction burns planned. So this burn that took place earlier today was the first of that trio of burns. The final return trajectory correction burn is planned for flight day 10, which is the final flight day. It'll take place about 5 hours before entry interface. Again, that splashdown expected to take place on Friday, April 10th, off the coast of California. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see a view from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. This provides updates and visualization of the Orion spacecraft, updating on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon throughout its journey around the Moon and back. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 214,000 miles away from Earth and about 66,000 miles away from the Moon. That distance from the Moon continuing to increase following the lunar close approach, which took place on flight day 6, and that distance between the Orion spacecraft and the Earth continuing to decrease now that the spacecraft is on its return journey home. Earlier today, also on flight day 7, the Orion spacecraft and its crew did officially exit the lunar sphere of influence, which means that the Orion spacecraft and its crew have more gravitational forces from the Earth versus that of the Moon. It had previously entered the lunar sphere of influence ahead of that lunar flyby day on flight day 5. Coming up tomorrow as part of flight day 8, the crew has a busy day ahead of them. They will be completing some additional developmental flight test objectives. One of those is related to the Orion Crew Survival System suits, or OCS suits. Those are those orange suits that they wear during the dynamic phases of the mission, such as launch and also during re-entry. Specifically, this developmental flight test objective, or DFTO, is related to the orthostatic intolerance garment, which is worn as part of that OCS suit. So during that flight test objective, during the first part of the crew day tomorrow, the crew will assist each other with some body circumference measurements and also evaluate donning or putting on, as well as wearing and taking off or doffing the orthostatic intolerance garment, and completing some questionnaires detailing that process, as well as the overall fit of the garment. And then the crew is also going to be completing a developmental flight test objective related to manual piloting. The crew completed the first portion of that manual piloting developmental flight test objective on flight day 4, during which they evaluated 6 degrees of freedom versus 3 degrees of freedom of spacecraft control. During that initial manual piloting developmental flight test objectives, they performed several different attitude maneuvers. So the 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom, which are forward and backward, up and down, and left and right, and then 3 rotational degrees of freedom, which are roll, pitch, and yaw. So during that initial developmental flight test objective related to manual piloting, the crew was able to compare the standard 6 degrees of freedom to the degraded qualities of 3 degrees of freedom, which would mean the crew could only control the rotational axes. And then coming up tomorrow on flight day 8, they will complete a second portion of that manual piloting developmental flight test objective. During this portion of the DFTO, the crew will center a target in the window field of view and manually pilot to what is known as the bias tail to sun attitude. And it is designed to test the handling qualities and the guidance, navigation, and control systems. By manually piloting the spacecraft to a bias tail to sun attitude, it allows them to manage the thermal constraints and power generation of the Orion spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail to sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. This orientation keeps the service module's solar arrays, again you can see a view of one of those solar arrays on the left-hand side of your screen, illuminated, and the radiators facing deep space, and provides a 20-degree deadband for flexibility, which is crucial for long coast periods between the Earth and the Moon. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 8 hours, and 25 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 214,000 miles from the Earth and about 66,000 miles from the Moon as they continue their return journey back to Earth, with that splashdown targeted for 2 days, 16 hours, and 52 minutes from now off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. The crew is entering their sleep period now, where they will remain for the next 8.5 hours, and that will round out flight day 7. Most of the flight day, the crew spent off duty, so they had time to do as they pleased, following a busy lunar flyby day the day before. However, at the beginning of the day, the crew did have the opportunity to complete a ship-to-ship call with the Expedition 74 crew on board the International Space Station, and they also had a post-lunar flyby conference with the science team here on the ground to go over some of the observations they made during their lunar flyby on flight day 6. They also officially exited the lunar sphere of influence, which means that the Earth's gravitational pull is once again stronger than that of the Moon as they continued their return back to Earth. And of course, they completed the first return trajectory correction burn, that taking place at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights of Flight Day 7.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston. We are at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 14 hours, 2 minutes and counting. The Artemis II crew is currently in their sleep period. Now, we would like to share with the world that while the crew was asleep, we did receive some of those stunning downlinked images from the lunar flyby, which took place earlier in the cruise day. So let's take a look. Here we have it. The first image we see from behind the moon, the crew watched Earth set. There's a soft blue arc fading behind a silent, cratered horizon. And this view shows the moon fully eclipsing the sun. From their vantage point, the moon appears large enough to completely block the sun, creating nearly 54 minutes of totality, far longer than what we've experienced from Earth. The sun's corona is forming a glowing halo around the dark lunar disk, revealing the outer atmosphere normally hidden by the sun's brightness. Along the edge, you can also see a faint glow on the moon's surface. That's sunlight reflected from the Earth, softly illuminating the near side. It's a striking view and a rare opportunity to observe and document the corona as we return to deep space. This is Mission Control Houston coming to you live from the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 17 hours, the crew was woken up aboard their Integrity spacecraft, marking the start of Flight Day 7 activities.
Good morning and welcome to Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio. The Orbit 1 team has just taken over from the Orbit 2 team and is led by Jeff Radigan, NASA Flight Director. The Capcom, or Capsule Communicator for today, is Stan Love. He's a NASA astronaut and is the only voice you'll hear communicating with the crew. Of course, there is an exception for that today, during which the science team will be conducting their post-lunar flyby conference. If you tuned in yesterday, you got a treat, and we got to see amazing views of the moon as well as hear the crew's description of them. Now, while the crew was taking those photos, they were also recording private voice notes that they sent down to the science team overnight. This morning, the science team is going to talk about the observations that the crew made while those are all still fresh. We've also got some other exciting activities coming up today, including a ship-to-ship call. The Orion spacecraft and the 4 Artemis II astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, will be calling the International Space Station. We have 7 crew members living and working aboard the International Space Station, and we've just surpassed 25 years of continuous human presence living and working in space. This will be the first time that these 2 spacecraft have ever talked to each other. This is the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft, and in the official flight kit aboard Orion are some special flags. One of those is from Apollo 18. This is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during that mission, should it have occurred. It was on display in the NASA headquarters building in Washington, D.C., making its way around the moon over 50 years since its originally intended flight. The other American flag aboard Orion is from a little more recent history. It was flown on STS-1, the first space shuttle flight, STS-135, the last space shuttle flight, and NASA SpaceX DM-2, or Demonstration Mission 2, which was the return of launching American astronauts from American soil on American rockets.
Good morning, Houston. We are 202,306 nautical miles away. Earth is pulling us back, and we are happy about that. We're ready for morning DPC.
We're happy about that, too, and ready for DPC. We've got about a dozen quick items for you, the first of which is updated nominal burn plan and nominal RTC last star on board.
Actually, Stan, we have one more small and quick thing. We just wanted to take this moment to recognize the two newest members of the Association of Space Explorers, NASA astronaut Christina Cook and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Reed and I are both members, and we're proud to welcome the two of them to this international body of human space explorers. And also congratulations to Jack Hathaway, who recently joined aboard the International Space Station. Thank you.
Thank you for those words, and welcome to the club.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Integrity is ready for the event.
Station, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is the International Space Station. How do you hear?
Hey, International Space Station and Jessica, we have you loud and clear. How about us?
We have you loud and clear as well, and we have DME TV up, so we have a view of you right now, and it is making us so excited. We feel like you're here with us, and this is really just making our entire week right now.
We have been waiting for this like you can't imagine. Let me go check on our PFD. We are 201,726, now 25 nautical miles from planet Earth, which is just hard to believe. The scales are impossible to believe. And for the run of show this morning, I figured I'll say a quick hi, which I have done. I'll hand the microphone to fellow chump Jeremy. He can say a quick hi, and then we'll let you three 8-balls just get on with it. Yeah, thanks for giving me like a tiny bit of microphone time before the 8-balls get after it. But it's such a pleasure to be spending a little bit of time with our colleagues in space, and we talk so much up here, or we try to anyway, emphasize how important the work is that we're all doing in this program to do the types of things that get us ready to get back on the surface of the moon, and like the administrator was saying yesterday, onto Mars. And so we just appreciate you, and it's fun to be up in space with you at the same time.
We are so excited to be up here with you, and we had a couple of questions. We are wondering, we know how fortunate all of us are as humans to come up here and look down at the Earth from above. Every astronaut that comes to space remarks on that, and we really wanted to hear what that felt like, how different that felt now from your new perspective around the moon.
Well, I'll start by saying we do miss the ISS. The views there are awesome, being able to see specific places, being able to see your home specifically. So y'all's views are absolutely incredible, and I miss them every day almost. The thing that changed for me looking back at Earth was that I found myself noticing not only the beauty of the Earth, but how much blackness there was around it. And how it just made it even more special. It truly emphasized how alike we are, how the same thing keeps every single person on planet Earth alive. We evolved on the same planet. We have some shared things about how we love and live that are just universal. And the specialness and preciousness of that really is emphasized when you notice how much else there is around it. Well, I hope I'm not talking over somebody, but I wanted to say a couple things to my Astra sister, Jessica. One, sorry to steal your next spacewalk day, everybody, but thank you for cheering us along anyway. And Jessica, I always hoped we would be in space again together, but I never thought it would be like this. It's amazing. Congratulations to you on being commander, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your trip in space.
Thank you so much, Christina. I totally share all the same sentiments, and I'm so happy that we are back in space together, even if we are, a few miles apart. We like to joke about that up here, too, because everyone's talking about the records of the distance, and we ran to the far end of the space station when you guys were on the other side so that we could claim we were the furthest away from you in that moment. Love all four of you so much.
We were doing the same shenanigans here when we got to the furthest point from the moon. I tried to get to the furthest point from Earth. I tried to get to the furthest point in the spacecraft, and my crewmates were clawing me down. And I know that's a joke. We were busy doing science, but we had that same conversation. It was a lot of fun. I don't know how much longer we have here, but from the four members of the spacecraft integrity, we really want to just say our deepest appreciation to the 7 members of the International Space Station, and this has been a true treat. It takes the entire world to do amazing things like this, and to get to come together as this group of people and talk for just a minute at these distances. We are all off the planet Earth right now, and we're all going to go home to that planet, and that is a very special thing. So thank you all for tying in.
We are loving all four of you from here, from the space station in low Earth orbit. We'll keep the fires burning here.
And we'll keep carrying the fire. Thanks, guys. Over and out.
Coming up next for the Artemis II crew is a conference with the science team. They will be reviewing what they saw yesterday during their lunar flyby, sharing any findings or interesting information with the science team while it's all still fresh for the crew members. Of course, they have quite a lot of audio recordings that have been downlinked to the science team, and that team has been reviewing and will continue to do so to help them understand what the crew saw and formulate new thoughts about our moon.
Integrity science, I have to start with a giant wow. Our whole lunar science team and the broader science community has been pouring out positive feedback and gratitude, so know that what you did yesterday really made a difference scientifically. Also want to say the science team has confirmed the locations of the proposed Integrity and Carroll craters, and it was such a powerful moment here for everybody listening and following along. And then also, just before I dive into the list of questions, we heard both Christina and Victor yesterday commenting that being able to discuss with each other amongst your crew, taking things from observation to inference to hypotheses, really added scientific value, and so we'd love to build on that here. So we'll ask specific questions for you guys, but please treat it like a discussion, as we heard you yesterday that enhanced value. When you're ready, I'll dive into our questions. Good. Okay, for Christina and Victor, during Earth set, we heard you say that the Earth was so bright it made the moon look dark. So you all had the Earth in view during the majority of your flyby. Did you notice any time when the brightness of Earth began to change your view of the moon's brightness? And can you describe how your perception of the moon's color changed as the Earth came closer to the moon?
Yeah, absolutely. And essentially, as soon as the Earth became in the view, the easy view, where I didn't have to turn my head, when it was in what I'll call my field of view, not my field of regard, when I could just see it looking straight, the moon was already at a point where I was losing subtle albedo differences. I think it's the angle of incidence. The angle, the sun to the moon didn't change much, but we moved to the side, so we were seeing a different angle, and the color was less apparent. Oriental had also rotated really close to the limb, so a lot of the features that I was looking at were moving away, but I think the change in lighting was due to the angle of incidence, but then when the Earth became apparent, its brightness, it was so bright. It was so bright it looked out of place. The gray of the moon and the black of space kind of seemed to go together, but then more in the dull sense, but then the vividness and brightness, like the difference between an LED display and a painting, right? You can just do things with light that you can't do with paint colors. The Earth looked out of place, and it just continued to dim the albedo and color that was earlier apparent in the moon. I'm passing to Christina.
You saw me nodding vigorously back here. That wasn't just my fantastic listening skills. I was nodding to make sure. Oh, we're not on video. This whole time I've been putting on a show. I was nodding, now you know, because I agreed with everything he said. I'll add a couple thoughts that popped into my mind, which was, I think I made the comment that the moon turned into a sponge of light. In my mind, before the Earth came into view, the moon actually was reflecting light, and it was lit up. As soon as the Earth got close enough to be in my field of view to take them both in at the same time, exactly what Victor said, it dulled, it turned into a sponge. It's almost like it went matte.
Next question is for all of you. Ohm crater was observed by all four of you, and we're interested in whether your different viewing angles resulted in how you observed Ohm. Jeremy and Reed saw it first. Were you able to see the ejecta rays, the central peak? And then Christina and Victor, you were next, and you observed Ohm later in the past. Could you resolve similar or different features than what you're about to hear from Jeremy and Reed?
The ejecta blanket for Ohm, I mean, it definitely changed as we went around the moon, but it did not change that much. It was always there. It was always fairly apparent. What is more apparent than the ejecta is the brownish gray, darker area that makes the 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock cut of the pie shape. Like that was always very apparent, and the ejecta rays just made that contrast much more apparent. But overall, Ohm did not change drastically as we went around the moon, unlike Oriental, which drastically changed as we went around the moon. And I'll keep going there. I'm kind of going to read this question, but it was later on in the orbit that I noticed the ray of Ohm, like the primary ray of Ohm that comes out of roughly the 3 o'clock position, was on the mare. And I'm not sure if I was picking that up initially in our first observations, but definitely in the latter. Did you notice that at all? No, the near side mare, yeah. Yeah, Reed says he was noticing that the whole time. That might have been more noticeable to me later on, but that would be the only delta.
Now this view inside the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room, you can see this team of scientists taking a look at one of the photos that the crew shared. And you can see the photos from the crew at images.nasa.gov or by visiting NASA's social media. That's at NASA or at NASA Artemis. You're now looking at a live view outside the Orion spacecraft, solar array wing positioned to look at the spacecraft itself. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The voice you hear on the ground is Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love speaking with the crew aboard Orion, specifically Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. We are targeting the RTC-1 burn today. That's Return Trajectory Correction 1. That is targeted for about 7:03 p.m. Central Time. This is a small burn using the reaction control system thrusters on the service module of the Orion spacecraft. This helps us fine-tune our path back home. Stan Love was letting the crew know that we are canceling their first preliminary burn targeting conference. They have another one of these in a couple of hours when they will have the final burn plans uplinked and the final targeting complete. Here's a video from the outside of Orion, and as we mentioned, pilot Victor Glover is exercising. We do see the spacecraft move a little bit when the crew is exercising, and so the teams here park the solar arrays into a safe harbor position. That means any motion that they experience due to the exercise doesn't damage the solar arrays. You're looking at a visualization of the spacecraft. Now 48,670 miles from the moon and 228,090 miles from Earth, continuing to grow closer. You can keep up with this data at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis.
Down and to the left, line 17, the DAP load is 3 for burn maneuver.
Go ahead.
In the guidance solutions section, the delta V tote now 1.4 feet per second. The TGO is unchanged at 1.5 seconds.
Good, go ahead.
Attitude, yaw, 154. Pitch, 2.6. Roll, 2.87.
That was Capcom's Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston, a fellow NASA astronaut speaking with NASA's Christina Cook aboard the Orion spacecraft. The crew aboard the spacecraft is preparing for their return trajectory correction burn. It's the first of these return trajectory correction burns, reported to be at 1.4 foot per second delta V burn. Such a fantastic view coming from a solar array camera on Orion, looking back at all of us here on Earth. Currently, the spacecraft is 227,756 miles away from our home planet. Orion is now 49,168 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the spacecraft exited the lunar sphere of influence. That's when the pull of gravity is strongest on the spacecraft. And we are standing by for the return trajectory correction 1 burn, now just 43 minutes away. Again, this is a small maneuver for the spacecraft, firing of those reaction control system thrusters.
And integrity, MCC is go for the burn.
Okay, we copy, you're still go, and we're go up here.
Ground team confirmed that we are go for the RTC-1 burn, return trajectory correction 1, coming up in 27 minutes. That will be at 7:03 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Standing by for the RTC-1 burn. We have ignition and 4 good engines and good control.
Integrity, preliminary look is a good burn. Still assessing, 40 seconds to LOS.
Okay, Stan, we saw a good burn on board as well.
Roger.
Confirmation from the crew that they also saw a good return trajectory correction 1 burn, coming at 7:03 p.m. Central Time. This view coming from the spacecraft, looking down at the European service module and the solar arrays. This is Artemis Mission Control. We did get final confirmation of that return trajectory correction 1 burn being a successful burn, and it ended up being 1.6 feet per second delta V. We are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is, Christina Cook specifically, is going to get into some exercise. Again, this is a quiet day for the crew as they had a very busy day yesterday and have some busy days coming up as well.
And Reed, we just went around the room. Oh. We are all good. You can begin exercise now if you'd like.
Okay, we will. It is pretty interesting up here. I'm sure you see in the data, but we can definitely feel the vehicle moving around when folks are exercising. It's pretty cool to just sit there and float and feel the vehicle kind of. It's not like a ship rocking in the ocean, but you definitely feel it wiggling around.
We also see it in the SAW video as well as our data, but good to hear your report on it as well.
Hey, one last question. This is for a little later tonight, but we kind of want to do a couple deep sky long exposure photographs. If the saws are in the windows and it's possible to get the lights turned off on the SAW cameras in about an hour, we might appreciate that, but clearly not if it interrupts any sort of ops down there.
Reed, we think that will be doable. We will double check and we'll let you know when you're done exercising.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are currently seeing a live look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the velocity as well as the distance of the Orion spacecraft and its crew from both the Earth and from the Moon. The Orion crew is currently in a sleep period. They will remain in that sleep period for about another 8 hours. Once they wake up, they will officially begin Flight Day 8. During Flight Day 8, the crew is expected to complete several developmental flight test objectives. One of those objectives is related to the OX suits, which are the Orion Crew Survival System suits. Specifically, it's related to the orthostatic intolerance garment for those OX suits. So during that objective, the crew will be assisting each other with some body circumference measurements and also evaluating putting on or donning, as well as wearing and taking off those orthostatic intolerance garments, and completing a questionnaire about the ease of that process as well as the overall fit of the garment. And then later in the day, the crew is expected to also complete the second part of a manual piloting demonstration. The first part of that demonstration was completed earlier in the mission on Flight Day 4. During this second part of the manual piloting demonstration, the crew will center a target in the window field of view and manually pilot to a biased tail-to-sun attitude. And this manual piloting developmental flight test objective is designed to test the handling qualities and the guidance, navigation, and control system on the Orion spacecraft. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console, being led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator is Tess Caswell. In about 30 minutes, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers will begin making their way on console to complete a shift handover with the Orbit 2 team. Throughout the duration of the Artemis II mission, there are 3 shifts or orbits that provide 24/7 continuous coverage to the Orion spacecraft and its crew. The Orbit 3 team this evening will be led by Flight Director Brandon Lloyd, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Amy Dill. This is Artemis Mission Control. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. It's completing a small attitude maneuver. Again, these attitude maneuvers are managed by the GNC position in Mission Control, which is the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. And then for a moment there, you could also see a crescent Earth off in the distance, and those views were coming to you from the solar array wing cameras.